Okay, can you see the PDF that I'm sharing?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to talk about ASP.NET. I'm going to have an overview and some knowledge about it. ASP.NET, mostly in this case, ASP.NET Web Forms in this first class. Um, okay. So ASP.NET Web Forms maybe is there are some legacy. This is a legacy technology, I will say, but even now, maybe there are some big applications that are still using this programming model. So the ASP.NET Web Forms. Um, the ASP.NET Web Forms is is a programming model from .NET that tries to mimic like a desktop application. Maybe I can, yes, I don't know if I share this with an example. Sorry. Uh, Maybe I will share my screen. Right. Okay, my screen. I will. Sorry. Visual Studio 2019. Everyone has Visual Studio 2019 installed.
Yes. Use it. Yes, we used it before.
Okay. Okay. So you might get an idea about this. So if I create a new project, we're going to start with uh, I don't know why it's taking time. Okay. In ASP.NET, if in ASP.NET, we have many kind of projects. I will start with just a regular one, which is ASP.NET uh, web application. I click next. So I'm going to name it first application. Currently is with the .NET Framework 4.7.2. I will explain after that. I will create this. So in .NET, we have many kinds of projects. So I'm going to start with the web forms. So I will choose this web forms and I simply create the project. I start with no authentication. I don't know why it's taking so long. Wow. Okay. Okay, this comes from a template in ASP.NET from Visual Studio. And in this template, let's say if I go run this, it's taking time. Okay, when you just start a project with Visual Studio, it comes with a template for the project, so you are able to customize the name and these options. But the most the thing that I would like to um, uh, talk about is about the postback. What is a postback? If I go to the About page, you see that here I'm going to just modify the About page. Let's say this is about.aspx. You see that the content about your application description page is in here. This is a regular ASPX file, or in this case, I can just change here, add some things in here. Let's say I can add a text box. I can add some. So if I save it and refresh it, so I have name and my text box, and then I have maybe like a submit button, which is a ASP button. And instead of just coding like that, I can go design also and drag and drop, which will be much easier. I can, let's say, put a name here. Caption, there is no caption here. Properties. Maybe because I'm running it. Properties. You can see here caption or text. Submit. Okay. If I double click, it's like a desktop application that when you drag and drop, you can drag and drop like controls. I can add a button, I can add a checkbox or whatever. And this layout allows me to create my web application. This is from the all ASP.NET web forms. Um, and ASP.NET Web Forms, it was handled by events like the all desktop applications. If I just double click the submit button, it will generate automatically code, which is an event, BTM submit click, which is the event click for the button BTM submit. And I can just, let's say I will add a label in here. With the toolbox label, and I can clear this, and the ID I will put it LBL result, and then I can just use directly the controls that I just drag and drop. I can put like LBL result dot text equals txt name dot text. But before I need to put something, my name is, and every time I hit the button, I will capture the text inside the text box, and I just manipulate it. I put the result in my label saying my name is what I capture from the text box. So I can start this. I don't know why it's taking so much long. Okay, so I can write down like Ricardo and I hit on submit and it will say my name is Ricardo. So it was an easy way just to write applications in the past with ASP.NET Web Forms because the principle was like programming like a desktop application. A desktop application in the old days in ASP. In .NET WinForms, it was like, okay, I have my layout, my page, and I just drag and drop controls. And then from those controls, I put a name or an ID in every single control, and then I can just code directly within the event, which is this event submit, and I just have the result like that. So it was quite easy to work in ASP.NET Web Forms, and you will have still. I think there are many projects, big projects that are developed this way that still you need to maintain as a legacy applications because it's not quite easy just to throw away everything and do it and do it in a different technology. Maybe yes, or maybe you will participate in a migration. So this is uh, this is the way that some applications or applications were developed in the past. I will say 10 years 10 years ago. And about the concept, about the postback, what is eventually is here, if page, here, um, maybe, yes, the postback, what does it mean is that when you hit the submit button, it's doing like a post to the server. And this try to identify is postback if you already hit a submit button or you already did like a post in the page in the web page. This is widely used most for initializing controls with some default values. Oops, sorry. So mostly if you want to, let's say, jump into the about ASPX web page and you wanted to just like reset your text box, not having something in it. Let's say I can just reset the text box even if it's already without any text in it. So this is going to be executed just the first time that you land into this page. Because when you land to this page, there is no pause. There was no pause in this web page before. I don't know if you get that. Are you okay with this the post back?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Did you understand about the post back? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this is just for initialization. If there is no post back, it means that you never hit the submit button or you never did like a post before into this page. This is when you land to this page that is going to be executed for the first time. I can just prove it. Like if I put a breakpoint in here and start the page. This is going to be the first time that this page was called. So it's going to enter into the is not exposed back. It's taking time. I don't know. Okay, as you see, it's going to enter to this initialization because it's the first time that the page was called. And when I try to put, let's say, do a post with the submit button, this is no longer to be called. So, whoop, because it's already a post back. So you already hit the submit button. That's how it works. So this is calling a post back course when a page generates an HTML form. Okay. Okay, a common technique for handling form data. Um, uh, yes, and yes, this is an old technique, and so you just have seen how it works. Okay, it says by default ASP.NET maintains the state of all server-side controls. What does it mean that? Do you? Okay, what does it mean the state? Where is my page? Is in here. Okay, what does it mean the state? As you can see here, when I did the pause, the text box didn't clear out. If you, it's still with my name in there. So when I click submit, it kept my name here. That means that this text box is state was saved somewhere. So this value that I put is the state of this control, the text box. So in here, every every control in ASP.NET Web Forms is going to keep its state. Uh, so unless I explicitly just mention that I don't want it to keep the state, this will keep the state. And this is called, this value need to be stored somehow because you already did something in PHP. I don't know, when you do a regular web page and you hit on the submit button, everything is clear out. Did you notice that in other applications or in PHP? Do you notice that
It's not by default in PHP. You have to set it also to be cleared after submission, I think,
after
or not.
submission? No, I will say that in every single technology, even .NET or maybe .NET MVC or others, every time that you are using like a web page, the web page is using like the is using a HTTP protocol, and the HTTP protocol is stateless. It's not a stateful. What does it mean, stateless? It means that every time that you hit like a pause, it's going to be clear out all the HTML controls in the web page, unless you define something to keep is a state. But if you don't define anything, if I just create like a HTML and put like um, controls in there, HTML controls, and then hit submit, is going to be clear when I hit the submit button. That's the nature of the HTTP is stateless. I don't know if you understand that concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh, so in here, this is before it was okay. What is this? This is not normal to keep the state of this text box. For us, it's convenient because you don't want just to make it disappear. Maybe maybe I did a mistake and I write it recar, and then you hit the submit button. I will say, oh, and oh, I forgot what I put. Maybe if you don't keep the state, it was going to be clear. And what I put, I don't know what did I put. Maybe if you have a long submission for, let's say, and maybe you just meet some information and you don't want that all the information to be clear out in that submission form. That's why an easy way to just keep the information was keeping the state of each control. All the controls in ASP.NET Web Forms kept their state. So it was easier for the developers just to write down applications. You do, yeah, you didn't need to manage the state. You didn't need to just, okay, I will capture the values from the post and put it again to the text box. It was already that way. I don't know if you in the PHP you did something similar.
Yes, we did. We captured it and put it back.
Yes, you put it back by maybe from the code. Maybe you just directly in the web page put something like okay, like in PHP, I think it's a question mark or something like that, and you put equals, let's say post something, post value or something like that, and put, let's say, the name of the back to the control. But you don't need to do that in ASP.NET Web Forms because every single control kept its state. And how the ASP.NET Web Forms kept its state is by adding something called the view state. You see here, I just uh, if I would like to show you the source for this web page, this is that ASP.NET Web Forms generated. Automatically, it generates like an input hidden value with the name view state. And inside this view state is somehow encode the values of all the controls that you have in your page. So by doing this, every time that you hit the submit button, it's going to be preserved in this view state. So then in the page cycle of the web page, ASP.NET Web Forms is able to capture that value and keep it back in the controls, in every single control in ASP.NET Web Forms. So that was the technique that was used in order to keep those values inside our web forms. And it was quite easy just to program that way. So in here, it says by default, the server-side controls during a okay, it keeps the same, maintains the state. Okay, we can use post method or get method. And there are the server-side controls are automatically populated during postback. So it works with all browsers. Okay. Then I just show you in this particular web page that you have two parts. You have like a design, which is the page that you actually put the controls in it, and you have also the what is called the code behind, which is this one. This is the code behind in ASP.NET Web Forms. When you put all the code, all the business logic in order to just manipulate the controls that you have in your design, in your web page. So, oh, sorry, we are, okay. The code behind, okay. The code behind just in the web page, you actually specify what if I go to source here, not necessarily specify because you have already a master page, but in the early days in ASP.NET Web Forms, you needed to specify what was the web page that you are the code behind you are linked to this page. So this is just automatic, uh, but before it was like, okay, here specify about ASPX CS. This is a code behind the code behind of this web page. So the code actually that you put all your business logic in order to manipulate all these controls. What we have. So it was a quite easy workflow in ASP.NET Web Forms. You get a request, and the request for an ASPX file, which is a web page in oh, sorry. Uh, oh, sorry. Oh, okay. You have a request in for the ASPX file, which is a web page in .NET, and there is the engine of .NET, which is actually we are using the IIS uh, IIS, which is the web server. And here inside IIS, you have the ASPX engine, which is using .NET. And in this ASPX engine, you have two parts. You have like the code behind, and okay, you have the code behind, but this code behind for the first time needs to be compiled somehow in order to be executed. So for the first time that you hit an ASPX file, it's going to compile the code behind, and then when the code behind is generated, it's going to be executed, and then it's going to give the response of the web page. So this is the way how the an ASPX web page is built or is executed. There is a compilation just for the first time, and then afterwards you just use the compiled version in order to just execute the web page. Okay. So as you have seen, there are some directives in a web page, which is here. You have the directive page that have just the initial values. What is the code behind that you associated? What is the namespace here? Um, and also other properties. And this is the syntax that you will encounter in those ASP.NET Web Forms. The server controls, you notice that the server controls, every single server control has the run at server. And there is a reason to that, because run at server indicates that this control is going to also be handled in code behind. Let's say if I add another text box, Um, if I put like last name and I save it, I need to stop at this one, save. If I save it, it's not going to be present in the code behind, because the code behind only see only to see web controls that has the attribute run at server. So if I add run at server, save, it's going to appear here, txt last name. So all the server controls need to have run at server in order to work with the code behind. If they have not that, they won't work. There are also some syntax in order to just let's say use variables directly in our ASP web page, the design part. You can, let's say here, you see title in here, and it's using this kind of syntax with the percentage. So this, with this, I'm able to use like this variable. This title is a variable, as you can see here, title is a variable. So you set that value, let's say here, for the web page. I think it's body content. No. It's not the SPX. Okay, I don't remember. I don't remember when is set this title, but every single property that you use for every control, this title is maybe from the master page. It has to be in the master page somehow. Okay, this is from the master page title. I can add it like custom page here and save it and then run it. It's going to show the title in here, custom title or something, custom page, my ASP.NET application. So yes, so this is the syntax for an ASP.NET Web Forms application, and we have many other directives that we are not covering this directive because it's just like an overview about the ASP.NET Web Forms for you. Okay, all the controls must to have run at server as an attribute in order to appear in the code behind, as you have seen. And also you can manipulate in the code behind programmatically the control. So control dot property equals value. So you can I can, let's say, I will erase this one and I can put in my I can initialize put here my text box, put a name in here. Oh, sorry, put a name in here. So initializing this, I just access the property inside, so it's easy. So, and then I put my name. Yes. So, is that okay? And then here in this PDF explains about the view state. So here also explains that for every single control in web control in ASP.NET Web Forms, you store the information in a view state, but you also can manage to not store it in the view state. Let's say that I would like not to store it, and the name I put in here. So there is a property called enable view state, which is by default true in ASP.NET Web Forms. You can put it false. If I put false, okay, at the beginning is going to just present put a name here because I initialized it with that. But if I put my name and submit, oh, work, still work. Enable view state false. Quite strange. It has to clear out the value. I didn't put any code in here to just put the name back. Okay, it's supposed to just not preserve the value because the view state helps to preserve the value in a web page, the value of the web controls. I don't know why it didn't work, but I will check that out. Okay. Enable view state false. Okay, something weird. It says whether the control automatically saves its state for each round trip. Okay. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Okay. You also have the ability to use other languages, but we are not going to cover this. And also page events. The page in every single control in ASP.NET Web Forms has events. Let's say here, if I add, let's say, a drop-down list. Let's say gender. This is not following like the design rules. It's just here I can create like a drop down list, which is a combo box or list, and I can add items to it. So I can put male value, same thing maybe, and female. Okay, and I can add here I'm going to erase this. Okay. DDL gender dot value, selected value. So in here, I'm going to show how how the events work. Let's say here when you have let's say a drop-down list, the drop-down list itself has events. If you see here, this is like this is the icon for the events, a thunder or something, and there is a special event for the drop-down list, which is the selected index change. If I double click, it's going to automatically generate code, and I'm going to create a one. Oh, sorry. Okay, and here, every time I change and I run it, what it's going to do is like every time I change the gender, is going to make it appear in the label. Like the desktop application that you, when you change, let's say a value, it automatically reflects into the into the UI. So if I put Denise, submit, my name is Denise and my gender is male. If I change to female, okay, this didn't work because there is something additional to add for the drop-down list. The drop-down list need to have a special attribute in here, which is auto post back, true. Save. Yes, this is for the drop-down list. So if I put Denise, submit, my name is Denise, my gender is male. If I change it automatically female, my name is Denise and my gender is female. So it reflects automatically what I change because I'm just using the event, which is the select index change to this drop-down list, and it automatically reflects because also the property auto post back is equal to true. This is particular for the drop-down list. It's not the case for other controls. Also, you can also add the auto post back for the text box. Let's say because originally they are not supposed to be they're not supposed to work that way to reflect automatically when you change the values. But if I put auto post back and go to the event section and then go to the text change event, double click, and if I run it, okay, if I put maybe Denise, submit, Anthony, and it automatically change when I just lost focus of the text box, it automatically changed the value here, as you can see. So that was the way, an easy way just to build applications with ASP.NET Web Forms. As you can see, it's pretty much straightforward how you can create a simple application just with that. Any question until now about it? No? Okay. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, there is a life cycle of a page. The page is going to execute some events before starting. So when you start a page, like let's say you hit the ASPX file, is going to call automatically the page init event to initialize things. You can initialize in there things, and then there is a page load. Mostly when we work in ASP.NET Web Forms, we use page load because in the page init, there is still no state, there is no control that is set here before. So you don't get the values that you just have in your web controls. It's more in the page load that you will get it. So you will use it in the page load. You also have once the page load is executed, then it's executed all the events that you just executed in your web page. So if I just change the text box, the value of the text box, uh, the web page is going to run again, call page init, then page load, and then the event text box change. That's the way how the web page is the web page in web forms is executed. Oops, sorry. Okay. It says page load fires at the beginning of request after controls are initialized. So once the controls are initialized, the page load is executed, the event. Okay, we already covered all this. Okay, we are not going to cover other, we just stop in here, and I'm going to give you a practice for you just to um, uh, just to be comfortable with the environment, with the ASP.NET and all. So here, just to play with it. So what we are going to have, let's say, um, so you will have like you will have let's say two controls so let me just maybe no with arrows, maybe just with characters is going to be much easier. So you're going to build like a first application just with one page. So you can write down the code in the about page. You're going to have like two list box. I'm going to show you what a list box is in here. Let's say this is the toolbox and this is a list box. Okay. And in this list box, let me let's add some buttons. Maybe I need to arrange this with a table or something. And in here, a list box. So in this, okay. Oh. So you're going to create a web page where you pass some menu items from this list box to the other list box. So you just need to play with it. In order to add items to the list box and initial items in here from this list box is like items here, collection, and you add as many items as you want. I just add and put some, let's say, pizza, I don't know, food items. Let's say um, hamburger and say fries, French fries, or let's say quesadilla or something, I don't know. So what you're going to do is, let's say I select pizza and hamburger, and with this button, I just pass these two items into the other list box, back and forth. You can just select the items from the second list box and pass it to the first one, like that. Just try to play with it, and then I'm going to show you the solution or how I proceed to that, but you can play with it.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't have a ASP.NET application with the. I think I have to install it. So what exactly I have to install? Because I have Visual Studio, but I don't have there the ASP.NET application.
Okay. Can you show me your screen just to better look what are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay. If you scroll down, I don't see very well, but
You can type in search web.
yes, in the search for templates, you can put web or something.
Web.
Yes. You don't have it. Okay, you don't have it. So
I think this, right?
yes, yes. Okay, available. Click on available. Okay, please update Visual Studio. Okay,
This will take
update.
time, I think. I think this will take time. Let's see.
No, I think it should be more or less quick.
Oh, so
Yes.
okay.
And is it the case for other students? You
Yes,
just
I have.
verify.
I
I
have
have
the
the
same
same.
issue.
Okay, you can just.
So what did you pick when you said web and then
Go to this, click here, install more tools
Install
and
more
features.
tools.
install more tools?
Yes, install more tools.
And what do you select?
Yes.
No, right now he asking me for update actually.
Okay.
Maybe this is the case for me. Maybe the same for you. I don't know, because I didn't select anything.
Well, I have when I search for web, I get ASP.NET Web Application.NET Framework. Is
Okay,
that the one we?
I think this, right?
yes,
I
yes,
need this.
yes, that one, yes.
Only
Okay.
this, and here I have to keep all this I need.
Yes,
Or
it's
as it
just
is?
already. Yes, as it is. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you keep it that way. Yes, it's install while
That's it?
downloading. Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
3K.
Download all, then install. Okay, as you as you wish. So modify. Before we get started, say your work. Okay.
Okay, I don't have anything.
Yes, you didn't. Okay, continue. Yes, it's going to take a while, but I think you have a reliable internet connection. So
Ricardo, I have the
yes.
ASP.NET application, net framework, with C# and without, and also I have ASP.NET Core application. What I have to choose?
You can share. I will stop sharing. I don't think I
I
need.
don't remember how to do it.
Go, Vlad.
Yes, yes, you can show me your screen. Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, it's that one. ASP.NET Web Application.NET Framework.
C#, because I have another one, but it's without C#.
I think C# will be the one, because we are not going to use Visual Basic.NET in this course. It's going to be only C#.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. As far as I have many projects in .NET. Most of the projects were in C#. I think because it's more, it's like pretty similar to Java. and the syntax is pretty similar to Java, and also it's kind of okay. Visual Basic comes from Visual Basic.NET comes from Visual Basic and VBA, so like technologies that are not quite considered like professional or something, and and .NET in .NET framework they try and last just make it more appeal to the seasoned professionals or developers. So that's why uh, people use mostly C Sharp. But there are also projects with Visual Basic .NET, but it's quite similar because .NET framework is uh, is the same for VB.NET and C Sharp, even that some methods or some libraries are different, but I will say 90% of the methods, classes, and everything is quite the same between C Sharp and Visual Basic .NET.
Sorry. So once you pick the ASP.NET, what is it
Yes.
that you choose? You use MT or web form or MVC?
I have chosen web forms.
Web forms? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Should we have some special configuration in the IIS to run these applications?
Can you show me your screen just to?
No, I just curious. Just now, when you show your application, I found we should use the IIS as the default server. Should I configure the IIS at first?
No, no. I will say. Do you mean IIS or?
IIS,
Yeah.
information server.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't need IIS because inside Visual Studio they implemented a little IIS in it, so you don't need specifically IIS in your machine in order to run a web application from .NET. In the development environment, it has its own web server development, which is built in Visual Studio. So
Oh.
you just need Visual Studio with the template ASP.NET web application in order to run any web application. Yes. You don't need IIS. IIS is more when maybe you need to deploy it into a live server or something. So you need to install or package your application and deploy it into IIS. But you don't need really IIS while you are developing your application. Just need Visual
Okay.
Studio.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, I'm going to arrange a little bit the layout because it was not that proper. But you also can combine HTML elements with ASP.NET controls. So you can write down the HTML syntax in ASPX page. Okay. I'm going to create like a table with 3 cells, and the first cell is going to be the list box, the first list box, and the second cell is going to be the 4 buttons, and then
You didn't share your screen.
yes. Share screen. Okay, I was creating this. An easy way just to arrange our layout or code is Control KD. It's going to arrange the layout for you. Design. So I have 4 buttons. I can this is all but Control KD. It's not supporting HTML5. Or maybe the align center. Oh, didn't work. Okay. Maybe the same size. I'm going to put a name here. Let's say this list box. I'm going to put an ID. LST source, and here I'm going to put LST destination, and then here all right, one right, or selected right, and selected left, yeah, all left. So that is going to to be that way. So when you run this one, if I run this one, some errors. What is the error? The name, okay, because I erased that. Okay, if I run it, If I run it, I have two list box. In a list box, I can, okay, I can only select one here, but there is a property to select many. So if I click
Sorry, we
here,
don't see anything.
oh, you don't see anything? Okay. Kind of strange, sorry. I will screen. Can you see? Can you see the page? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I just ran the application. I did it in the about page. And then I put the two list boxes. Here is the first one and the second one. And there is 4 buttons. And if I click on this one, I need to pass all the items from the first list box to the second one. If I just select the ones that I would like to pass, I click on this one, I pass only those that I selected. And in the other way, if I have items in the second list box, if I want to pass them to the first one, I click on this button. If I want to pass only those that I selected, I click on this button. That's going
Yes,
to be
yeah, we got that part, the logic, but
yes.
I think I'm struggling with what are your files, like your files, the about.aspx, and how did you create the CS file? How did you create, like, I think it's the, I don't know if it's me, but I don't know about other people.
Yes.
But I got the about page going,
Yes.
but I can't get to the design part and like, I don't know.
Okay. Can you show me your screen
Sure.
and we are going to just going to stop the share screen.
1 second.
Okay.
Do you see this? No?
No, not
Okay.
yet. No.
Now you see the whole screen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I
Okay.
got this. I got the about page here,
Yes.
and here's my source, right?
Yes.
But you had, how did you create the CS file and everything? So I
Okay.
mean, I could run it. Okay, go ahead.
The CS file is already created.
Yeah.
If you want to see directly the CS file, you go right click on the About ASPX. It's really it's tiny really. In the Solution Explorer, which is at your right, and when you see the yes, that one, the Solution Explorer, you see that you have selected the About ESPX page.
Yep.
Right
Okay.
click on it
Okay, I
or
see. Okay.
double click in CS.
Okay.
Yes.
So, okay. Got it. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I just forgot about everything. All right. So this is, and how do you expand this?
You just expanded the yes. No, you just click inside and hit enter and it's going to expand.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. I will share my screen. In the meantime, okay, I'm going to just modify some things in here. I don't to stop this.
This is the H2. Oh. That's the main content. That's the page. Okay.
Menu items. I will define a width in here with 50 width 250 and height just that. Here 250. I put a dot. Okay. Okay, it should be like this. I will erase this one. I'm going to expand with 100%. We'll leave it that way. Word padding. What is that? Something weird in this one. I will put anything here. Okay. Everyone got this far and the
Sorry, not yet, because I had to update first, and after that I'm installing this SP. So I'm still waiting.
Okay, I see. Okay, I will try to change the property because this one, it only allows me to select one instead of many. There is a property in here, design property, which is selection mode multiple. Here too, selection mode multiple. If I refresh, I will be able to select many. Yes. If I double click, it's going to generate. Okay, I need to stop at this one. I need to. If I double click, by default, it's going to generate the click event for every single button. That's going to be the next step.
And did you add the table first?
The table? Yes. Yes, I only create a simple table with one row, one TR, and 3 TDs. This is the first one, the second one for the middle part, and the third one for the second list box. And in order to present the buttons, I only did BR just to put it.
Did you choose it in the toolbox or you write it manually?
The controls I choose it from the toolbox, but the BR I just write it manually. And the table I just write it manually too. Certainly I can use like, okay, here there is table and just drop it in here, but this is a table from .NET. There has to be HTML, and then I can just drop table in here and just create it the way that I want it. So removing the TRs and put the controls inside like I did in this one.
Okay.
Same thing. But certainly you can just add it directly to the from the toolbox here table, and it's going to have your table, 3 rows and 3 columns. But I prefer just do it manually. It's just a preference. So I will continue with the code maybe. Okay. 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 So if I continue with the code, just let's have a logic in this one. Let's say you have 2 list boxes and you share the content. These are all the content that you have in those 2 list boxes. So in order to just pass all the information from the first list box to the second list box, an easy way to do it is just clear the first list box and just pass every single item to the second list box. So I will do that. BTN destination. No, it's not BTN, it's LST destination dot clear and a clear selection. No, LST items dot clear. I clear all the items in the destination if I already pass some items, and then I just iterate. copy to string. Okay, it didn't work with bar. Bar is with the new syntax. I don't know why it doesn't work with web forms. Okay, and then I just clear the source. I should be able to pass from the source to the destination. Sorry. I can do it the other way around, like put the source first and then the destination just to put it back, but I will prefer to do it like a method. Private void transfer items, and then list box lst first, or maybe just to not list box lst second. I can put the same name, exactly the same name, but maybe you got confused by that. So here I can put the same logic. Second, first. I can rename it all at once too, but so I can reuse this method in here. Transfer items lst source lst destination. Okay, and in this one, because I need to pass, sorry, I need to pass, I did just the, to pass from the first list box to the second one, I can do the opposite from the second to the first. In order to do that, I can like just put the destination first and then the source as a second. I will have both logic in here. I don't want to repeat myself in that one, so I just need to reuse the code for it. If I run that, If I click on this, it passes all. And if I click on this, okay. I have something that I'm missing this one, sorry. I just don't need to clear anything in the destination. I just need to pass it. Just need to clear in the source. Okay, so everyone was able to just install a...
No, I have an issue after installation. Because it's asking for installation, then update actually. So a few minutes I finished. But now I cannot, when I run it, it's
Yes.
nothing, it's in the page. So
Can
nothing, I'm running the test page itself. It should be rendered there in the web browser, right? So,
yes, can you show me? Just
yeah, for sure. So now if I have, just I open it, I
yes.
can render this here, right? Run it, right?
Yes, you click on it, yes.
This is what I'm getting.
Connection was reset. Okay.
So I select the web form. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back because you maybe you
Create a new one, new
yes, a
project.
new one, yes, a new project.
Yeah, I will.
Yes, stop the debugging.
So,
Because it's supposed to be working just with the template. Create a new project.
okay, this is
ASP.NET web application
no,
on your left. At your
right.
left. At your left, yes, ASP.NET, the second one.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Next.
Okay.
Yes. Web
This one.
forms. Yes, web forms.
Anything here we have to change? No.
No, no. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Yes.
It's too much. Okay.
Yes, it's taking time. It's slow. Just that way, run it. Yes, IIS Express. Do you have a proxy or something?
No. First time, no. Just give me certificate. Kind of certificate. I said yes.
Yeah, you have to install. If not, it will not.
What?
You have to install a certificate.
From where?
When you start the project, it gives you permission to install it. If you choose, you don't want to install it.
Yes, maybe you need to. You may need only not having the support HTTPS, because I saw that by default it recommends an HTTPS. You don't need it. We can just start over the creation of the project.
Close this
Yes.
or create a new one, for example. This
Okay,
one.
speed the web application. Yes. Don't save or whatever. Yes.
It's okay.
Web forms, but advanced configure
This
for
one?
HTTPS. Yes, and check.
And check.
Yes.
Okay.
And create.
But in this case, it will be without security, for example.
Yes, but even
Yeah,
if it's not
for
built
training.
that way, even if it's not built that way, it can be configured afterwards.
Okay.
Yes. We will see, because it's kind of strange that it doesn't work.
I hope that something happening here. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Stop sharing. Oh.
Okay. So anyone got this far? Just put in the controls and name it.
Is there a way to move your items or your objects around? No, eh?
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know, center it, put it in center, move around. I can't seem to grab it. Is that not possible?
Yes, it's possible. Let's see. I will share my screen.
Or you have to do it manually?
Okay, you mean directly from the
Design, yeah.
From the designer? I think so. I didn't play much in the designer, because I mostly code backend, but
Okay. Okay, no problem.
but it's not a problem. I think here, let's say, um, okay, document, no, um, body content. I would like to pick the table. TD, but not the table. Huh. It's kind of weird, that one. Okay. If I put a run at server, maybe yes. Table. Okay. Then style. Border box position. Layout. No. Spacing, caption inside, block. Space text indent text align. No, it's not text align. Can be text align center. Because it doesn't complain.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I was
It
just
doesn't
wondering.
complain.
No,
But
that's fine.
if you put, let's say, deep.
Of course, the HTML
line,
way. Okay.
Yes.
I have a question. Why we need table here? Why it's not a list button and the list and that's it, and then we can manage it?
Yes.
Why do we need create all this inside the table?
I just put because by itself it can be arranged in the way that is presented.
Mm.
Yes. If I just drag and drop, I won't be able just to put it this way. Because it's going to. Yes, it's something to do with the design. Maybe someone who does let's say CSS or things like that will be able just to put it the way that we intend to do just by CSS classes. But I just create a table because it's an easy way just to arrange the elements inside. But
Okay.
there is other ways also, but naturally, if you just drag and drop from the toolbox, it's going to be like one after the other, and it's not like something.
Sorry, how did you get the buttons? How did you get the buttons vertically?
I just put BR after one.
Oh, after each one? Okay.
Yes. It's not like a design course in this way. It's just to make it work in order to just present the code. So yes, we can do better, but maybe my intention was more to show the code.
Will you share your code after the class?
Yes, I will share it. Okay.
And to see the changes, we have to stop and run application again, or just reload the page?
Yes, generally, yes, generally you can just work on the code and just refresh if it's something from the design. If it's something from the code, maybe stop it and rerun it.
Okay.
Yes. I think in this Visual Studio, if you are not using the debug mode, let's say you do debug, no, start without debugging. If you do start without debugging, and then you save it and then refresh it, it's going to refresh automatically. Because if you attach it as a debug, the debug mode is going to stop you to making changes directly. Okay, this is going to. So I think, as you said before, you are in your break. We are at 11:30, so 11:30 to 12. So then let's go back at 12. You mentioned 12 until 1:30, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's get where we were. Just okay. Anyone have problems or installing Visual Studio ASP.NET applications? Hello.
I actually just finished installation because I had a problem. My computer had to restart, and
Okay.
the installation is just done right now.
Okay. So yes, I did some modifications. I will wait for everyone. I don't know if is anyone that is not here. I think everyone is in here.
Excuse me, can I
Yes.
see a page of the code? I just create a new project, but I cannot catch the previous progress. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I will recap. If you are in the Visual Studio, just go to View Solution Explorer. Okay. And then if you want to see the About page, this is about.aspx. You double click, you go in here, you can switch between the source of the design or the design itself.
Okay.
And if you want to see the code, actually you right click here and there is view code.
Yes.
And you are able to look up the code in there. So I will explain some modifications. I don't know if everyone's in there already.
Thank you.
Just let's a few minutes and then I will start. Okay, the question about the center also, just did it with the style. Just margin left auto, margin right auto to center in the middle of the screen. Here we can see it, but when you run it actually in the web browser, is going to be able to center in the center of the screen. It takes a while to run. I don't know. It's so maybe because it's the screen sharing. So it puts it right in the center the two list boxes. So we actually what do we need to accomplish in this is just if I want to pass all the elements, I click on this button and I need to pass. It passes all the elements to the right. If I want to pass it to the left, it's with this button. If I select just few of them and click on this button, I pass it just the ones that I selected. And if I want to do it the other way, I just select the ones that I want to put in the left list, and I will be able to just pass it to the other list or pass everything. So I will explain how I did this here in the code. If I go to the code, okay. First of all, I'm going to explain how I transfer all the items. It's just simple. In here, I just try to iterate all the list items from the first list box, okay, and just add the items to the second one. And once I finish to pass all those items, I just clear the first list box. I just created actually a method to do it in order just to not repeat myself and just pass as parameters the list boxes, and the list boxes are going to be affected by this method. So this transfer all items, I call it from the button all right, they go to the right. So from the LST source to the LST destination, and in the other way, if I want to pass it from the to the left, I need to pass the items from the LST destination to the LST source list item. So in that way, just by creating the method transfer all items, I was able to use it in both cases. Do you have any questions about this part? No? Okay, let's continue. Okay, when I try to implement the transfer for the items for just the selected ones, let's say the just select a few of them. First, I needed to put a property in both list boxes. If I right click here, properties, there is a property that allows me to do a selection mode multiple, because by default is single. So when it's single, you are able only to select one, but if you put it multiple, you are able to select many. So I put that property in both list boxes in order to pass items between those two. And then this is the method that I created. As the first method, I pass two parameters. The one is the first list box and the second is the second list box. So in here, actually, I create a list of list items, an array, in order to pass those items. This array represents the items that I need to pass. You may ask me why I did that. Because when you try to add items or remove items, the problem is when you remove items while you are doing a loop. When you do a loop and you try to remove items, sometimes it won't work, because when you affect the number of items because you are removing from the list, the first list, is going to affect the index. So you might not get the result that you expect, because the index is going to change dynamically. So you won't be able to remove all the items that you want from the first list box. So in order to do that, instead of removing there directly, I pass over the list of items for the first list box. I pass for the ones that I selected. And if in my array, I identify if I already add into this array, so I just keep this array all the items that I selected in order then to iterate those items and just add them to the second list and remove them to the first list. So you tell me if I'm doing I'm going too fast, or
this seems to be fine. It's the HTML is a bit confusing. Can we look at your HTML?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so everything has to be under the ASP. Okay. Because I start typing in and okay, got it.
Yes, the only thing in this one is that if you don't want to type it, just drag and drop the controls from the toolbox.
Yeah, and that's
Yes.
it. It screwed up my HTML. Okay, so every tag has to be ASP colon. Okay.
Yes, it's not every tag. It's like the server controls like list box button. They must to be ASP because that's the name that .NET Web Forms put the name of these controls, ASP buttons or ASP list boxes. So these are the only ones that you need to put it that way. And don't forget to have the run at server, because the run at server allows you to have them appear in the code behind.
Okay.
Yes. And then this algorithm is just keeping all the items that I selected into this array, and then iterate the array in order to add the items that you need in the second list and remove the items that you need from the first list, because it's the items that you selected. And then with this LST second selected index -1, you what you're trying to accomplish is not having anything selected in the second list. It's like, okay, maybe when I put this, let's say, oh, sorry, when I selected these ones, maybe I have this one and I would like to pass, let's say, this one, and nothing is selected. It's just to not get confused. Okay, I keep something selected. It's just to reinitialize the list box, the look that is presented. But yes, it doesn't get any harm. It doesn't harm you just to keep it that way, but just to initialize the list boxes. Yes. I can do it also for the transferable items also. The transferable items it doesn't need, because I just put all the items from the first list box to the second one, but in this one, yes, I need it because I don't want to just present the second list box with the items that I selected from the first one. Okay, that's pretty much clear. Anyone has questions about it?
Actually, I have a question.
Yes.
Not related to the code. Related, I noticed it's Bootstrap already implemented, I think, there, right?
Yes, it's already implemented. We
can use directly the Bootstrap classes in the.
Yes. Yes.
So here in this tag, if I put any Bootstrap classes will work. I don't think so. If I don't know.
Yes, you might.
Not the class, Bootstrap class, because I notice it's already they implement the Bootstrap.
You
right?
put, let's say, class. I think it was a table responsive for calculation or something like that. So I don't remember the classes in Bootstrap, but this.
Yeah, Bootstrap. Let's say there is display flex, for example. They put it dash flex. Will work directly? I don't think so.
Yes, it will work. Yes, it will work.
So no need to bring any link for Bootstrap or something there.
Okay. Just to explain why it works. Here, let's say you have the about page, right? And in this about page, as you can see, there is a part that you can edit. The one that you see that there is application name in it.
Okay.
Are you able to see it? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is a master page. A master page. No, this is a master page. The one that you see application name is a master page. It's like a template. So you only create, let's say, one master page in your entire application, and then you reference it in your code here, master page file, as you see, site.master. And inside that master page, you can put all the layout that is common among all your pages in your website. So you don't need to code for every single page the same layout. You just need to put the layout inside the master page and you will be able to reuse it. And in this master page, you configure like many content placeholders. So the most common one is the main content, as you can see here. So if you want to just um, code from a specific part of your master page, you just define as many placeholders, and then in your pages, just write down the code, the needed code only for that placeholder. So if I show you the master page, which is this one, site master design, this is the master page. And in this master page, as you can see, there is some sections that are defined, and one of those is the main content, as you see, this main content. So this is going to be when you create a particular page, you're going to code the content that is inside this placeholder. So it's going to plug, all this content inside this part. So you don't need to every time code this layout, because it's going to be common for all your pages. And in this layout, you see that you have the Bootstrap and you have other JavaScript libraries in here referenced already.
So that means I can use, let's say, directly Bootstrap, or
yes,
just Bootstrap here. It's implemented in the master, or
no,
it's
the master
even
is
there.
Yeah, it's like the master, the web page inherits from the master. It's like
Okay, I
it's like that.
understand.
Inherits all the layout. So it's common for all the pages in this application. So you don't need to every time reference the libraries. They are already there. Yes.
So if, for example, I will put class for the button ptn-primary, which is
Yes.
gives like input
Yes.
strap gives that
Like blue or something. Yes.
blue things. It will work
Yes.
directly
It should work.
if I apply.
Yes, it should work.
Okay. And if I want a customized style sheet, it's where I have to link it.
Yes. Let's say you see here when I show you the source code, it references the content bootstrap CSS. So you have all the classes from Bootstrap, and this is the part that we just put it in our placeholder, as you see.
Okay.
Yes.
And if I want to link like a new style sheet.
Yes, if you wanted to make it like share it for all your pages.
Customize the style sheet, yeah. Customize style sheet, and I want to link it. Where I have to put the link.
Yes, that way, if you want, let's say, here you can define, let's say,
here
in the master page, you define like another placeholder, and you want just to customize for your particular page, just use it. Let's say I can put, yes, I can put, let's say, this. Maybe, okay, maybe here, let's say, I put styles master, styles placeholder, something like that. Yes, maybe it won't work because, okay, sorry, place content placeholder. Because sometimes I have also trouble when it isn't inside the form run at server, but
is there a naming convention for ID?
For a naming convention, yes. Yes, many people
Does it
just
start with lowercase or uppercase? So.
For the controls.
Yeah.
For me, is more like my own naming convention is like starting with yes, lowercase, and then I would say content placeholder styles or something like that. So,
okay.
So in that case, I will be able just ASP content. Oh, sorry, content, and then content placeholder ID equals styles, and then put inside. Okay, I need to put the run at server always, and then put my link something to my particular. Yes, my particular CSS if I want to add a CSS in there for this particular page. By default, it's going to be nothing, okay, here. But if I ever referentiate this placeholder and put something here, it's going to be plugged into this part. Just that. Okay. Maybe later we can do that, but it's that way. Okay. Any question about the code? See.
Excuse me, may I know how will you share the code? Will you send us the
Yes, I will share the code. I don't have the repository actually here. I need to put it into a. Okay. We will. Okay, automatically added everything. So where is? Okay, I will send you the link for this repository, or yes, I will share it the code with that, and you will be able to download it from the repository. Yes. Okay. Something else. I will stop this. Okay. Okay. We are going to continue with this. Let me recap in this one. Okay, we are going to do another exercise, but I'm going to close this. We're going to create another page instead of just adding in the about. Okay. Yes. I will create another page, a new item. Web form. Okay, web form with master page. Personal info. Add. This asks me to specify which master page I'm going to use. Obviously, it's going to be the site master page in this case. Okay, I don't need this one. And then we can create like a form. We can add design toolbox. It's going to be a table. Two columns. And we are going to add some controls in it. Can add a label. I'm not very used to this one. Text box. Or maybe yes. Okay, in here, to go to the properties is F4. And here we're going to mention the first name, the last name is like a form for registration. And here, what I would like to show you is validations. So in ASP.NET Web Forms, there is a way to validate content, and there is some controls to help you to do that, like require field validators. Let's say require field validator. I put in here. And here I will put require field validator first name, and first name is required. Also for the last name, I will do the same.
This will be validation from the server part.
Ah,
Will be validation from the server part.
no, this is a validation client side.
Okay.
Yes, it's client side. I will explain you why it's client side. I will finish this part and control to validate is first name, and this control to validate is going to be last name. So I will put something here like another color. Oh, for color is not full color. By default, it has to be red, as I recall. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to run this, but before run it, we need to add it to the menu, which is in the site master. Instead of contact, here I'm going to put personal info, personal info. The name is like that, personal info, yes. Okay, and then run it. It doesn't do anything right now, but it's just to show you the validations, how they are built in ASP web forms. Takes a while. Okay, maybe I need some space, but and some padding also. It doesn't work with the it doesn't work the padding, I don't know why. So if I submit, it will say first name is required. I don't know why it doesn't, okay. It doesn't come with the red color, I will change it. maybe bold.
I think down it's four color. Yeah.
Yes, 4-color. Yes, I don't remember quite well if it was that one. Was a long time ago. Yes. So as you have seen, okay. Okay, as you can see, if I click on submit, what it happens is that it's trying to do the validation first before submitting. So this is client side, because before doing the submission form, it's going to avoid the submission by validating first the content. If I put something and submit again, immediately it's going to require the element, and then if I submit it, I'm going to be able to submit. How I can prove that is by, let's say, if I do the submission, maybe I put a label after. Put in bold, and then okay, you're able to see it. So what is commonly used in ASP.NET Web Forms is if you want to verify every single validation in the page, because you can have many validations like client-side validation and server-side validations. To enforce that, you need to verify with this if page is valid. So you are 100% sure that the page has been validated correctly and you are able to just do the operation that you need. And in this case, if I run this one, If I do submit, it won't even hit the server, so it won't get this far because it's a client-side validation. We put AA, submit. It will verify that it's valid, it's correct, and then it's going to present the information for AA has been saved. So this is a simple validation client side. Also to notice in this one, if you see the source code, how web forms are able to accomplish that is by creating HTML content, okay? And they have their particular JavaScript methods in order to verify if everything goes okay. So here you see web form and submit, validator and submit, and then it doesn't execute the submission. So it's just like built in these web forms. So any question about this?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we see what you add for the message in red, the tag itself?
Sorry. Okay. Do you mean this one, the required field validator?
Yeah.
Okay. The required field validator, I just add the error message for the validation of the element that I want to validate, which was the control to validate, in this case, txt first name, and then the other is just look and feel. Font bold true and for color red. That's it. I did this in both cases, and it's the only code that I wrote.
And here the validation, if there is, let's say, any content or not, right?
Yes, here is just a required field validator. It means it checks if you put if you put nothing, it will validate. Okay, it will raise the error message. If you put something, okay, it just pass.
Okay. And when you mentioned in the code if the page valid, what that mean in general? What behind the page is valid? What checking exactly?
Yes, it's because you can have many validations inside a particular web form. And sometimes you use custom validators, require validators, many sort of validations. So in order to not bypass any validation, so when you call page is valid, if there is some validation that didn't execute it, they will execute it instantly in that moment.
So let me explain it how I understand. So that one kind of require validation kind of method there implemented and or function, it return false if it's the validation not passed, and here with page is valid, it's actually checking any validation implemented there, and if there is any false, it will be not passed.
Yes, but the thing is, yes, the thing is that the required validation that I show you is just executing in the client side. It doesn't even get until here. But sometimes in many projects, you can have like custom validations with that will be executed first in the server side. When they execute it in the server side, they you need to verify that all those validations has been executed before just calling your code. So in order to make sure that all the validation has been executed, you need to just do this check if page is valid. So if you do this check and there is one validation that didn't execute, so this is going to execute all the validations that are left, and if the validation doesn't pass, it will say is valid equals false. If it passes, it will say is valid true.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So also another way to present the validations, instead of having just inline like this, there is another way, and in the ASP.NET Web Forms, you have something called validation summary. So instead of presenting the validations here in line, you can put all the validations in top of your page in order to present, okay, all the errors in top of your page. So here, validate, oh, sorry. Let me see. ID mode inherit not set. Okay. Yes, it's going to present also the validation here for all the elements that you validate. Have something that I miss in this one. It's not validation group. There is another. Yes, I can put the color and everything. It is show summary true, show validation errors.
Excuse me, how you add this summary, validation summary again?
Yes, you go to Toolbox or View Toolbox, and then you go to the section that validation, and there is a validation summary.
Okay, thank you. And one quick question.
Yes.
Here as a tag, for example, you add text box. Okay.
Yes.
What the difference if I add HTML element, which is input? Yes.
The difference is that you won't get the code behind. You won't get all the benefits from ASP.NET Web Control. So the benefits are that you are able to call it in the code behind. So put some logic in the server side. Also, let's say you use it directly here and you use some JavaScript or something and call the submit button. Every time that you will go, you will submit, is going to clear out. Maybe you wanted to, you want me to do the test. It's like you're able to add some HTML elements. It's not you put input type text. Oh, tell no text. You put type text. Even you put an ID. Like say txt txt background something. And then you may be able to see it and even use it, but okay, here let's say I put A, and then I put B here and go submit. Okay, page is valid. Okay, continue. And then the value that I just fill in background is clear out because it's an HTML element. The HTML element don't keep any state of it. That's why you see in the first name and last name that the state is in there. So the value that I previously put is not clear out. And also, if I try to reference TXT background, is not in there. So in an ASP.NET Web Form application is not likely to have like regular HTML controls in web forms, ASP.NET Web Forms.
Yeah, my question was because it's there. These tags, they put it there. I thought that sometimes we use it. Okay.
Yes, sometimes you use it, but to do other things. Let's say yes, but you can use it, but also let's say you have, let's say, this text box, which is ASP.textbox. Textbox has many the state has many functionalities, let's say, and you have the regular input text, which is a basic HTML element in your form. You can make that element appear in the code behind by just adding the run at server. Let's say I put here run at server. I save it, and then when I would like to use it, I will just I'm going to be able to use it. Information with background, let's say txt background dot value. It's not the same control because it's from the regular text box, and sometimes we use it because they don't keep as much state as the web controls from .NET.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. If I run it this one just to show you. Let's say submit. The value has been passed, as you see. I'm able to use it. And it's like a regular HTML element. As you can see here, you see this one. And maybe sometimes regular HTML element takes less state than the web controls, because the web controls, they have more logic in it inside the ASP.NET engine. Okay, so this is it for the validation.
Sorry, question.
Yes. Yes.
So you just created another CS file, the SPX file inside. Did you create like oh my god, I must have missed that step. You created within the same project?
Yes, within the same project.
You use the web from with server or without with the server, right?
Yes, from the same project, just I add a new item which was my page personalinfo.aspx.
Okay, how did you do that? Can you just show it? Just the beginning part, yeah?
Yes, right click.
Okay, okay. All
add
right.
New item. And the one that I choose was web here, web form with master page.
Okay. All right.
So if I add something like that, I click add and I just choose site.master. So in here, site.master, I cancel this, personal info.
Okay.
Here, I was able to
put your HTML,
yeah, put all my HTML inside the main content, so it's going to be plugged in that area. All this code. And this is going to be translated into HTML because everything in the web is HTML at the end.
Okay.
Yes. So as you can see, it's pretty much straightforward to work with ASP.NET Web Forms. You don't need to have much more knowledge in developing web applications. But okay, tomorrow we are going to do some more examples, maybe with custom validators, something that maybe get used the page is valid, something meaningful in that case. And the thing is just to, maybe you will encounter this kind of applications in your internships or in a future job, maybe because they didn't have much time to do like migration to another technology. So even I can tell you that I need to support even an application using ASP.NET Web Forms, and we have something like a hybrid application using ASP.NET MVC, ASP.NET Web API, Angular, and ASP.NET Web Forms. So sometimes it doesn't um, it doesn't make sense just to migrate everything, or maybe little by little, or maybe in a big project we are entitled to migrate everything. But sometimes it's useful because in the past for the ASP.NET Web Forms, many companies built controls. So like you see the controls here, like regular ones like the text box at the buttons, but in the past they are companies that build like complex controls like grids with sorting or forms already just to plug some information in it. So it was quite a development or quite a great effort just to redo the things that are already done in the current application that you that sometimes the companies just keep the old applications running until there is a major shift of the technology. So it was my case. In my case, in the company I'm working, we have some few um, ASP.NET Web Forms applications, but mostly we are trying to migrate to other technologies or to newer technologies inside Microsoft. So you will encounter for sure some, not much in these days, but there are companies that are still using this kind of technologies, ASP.NET Web Forms. Okay, we will continue. I will save this maybe here. I will upload it to the master. Maybe. Where is the? There is a push button. Okay. Changes, I will say. Push button. There is no push button. Maybe I need to configure something additionally here. So I will check that later. Maybe it's not show remove branches. Push. Okay. Okay. Yes. We'll continue. Close this one. Okay. We'll do some exercise. I have an exercise for you. I don't know if you can print the or maybe capture this, or maybe I can capture. It's like doing this kind of interface. And then in the bottom display all the elements that you capture just to practice ASP.NET Web Forms. Let's say I will print this. Okay, I will also upload some material for you. Yes.
And could you share your link to your repository?
Yes. Where was it? I don't remember. Okay. Here. Okay. Or maybe in the chat. Need to. Are you able to see it?
It says we've been all muted in the chat.
I didn't hear you well. What do you say?
It says you have been muted and you cannot do a conversation in the meeting chat.
Okay, okay. Where?
I'm getting a 404 error following that link.
404.
Yeah.
Is it public or private?
Yes, that's the thing. Settings. Access. Please type. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay. Yes, this is obviously we are going to do interesting things with ASP.NET MVC. This is just a this is just to present all technologies, and then maybe you will get this kind of development in when in internship or somehow. Maybe they are trying to migrate to a newest technologies, but for sure maybe you will encounter some in your jobs. Okay. Let's. I would like to send you like some sort of practice. Maybe you can do it on your own, and you can do it on your own, and then I will. If you just send me those practice, I will consider for the evaluation just to get some more marks on it. So this is a little practice. Just write down this kind of page and just put just all the information that you get from the form into a label. So pretty much as we did in this first application that I gave you.
Do we have to upload it on Omnivox?
As an assignment, yes, I will try to configure that. But it's not necessarily an assignment because it's just a practice. But it will allow you to get a few more points or marks if at the end you need them. So it's at your benefit. I will add this kind of okay. I put it in the teams. So I'm trying just to get used to these things because I never used Teams before, but yes, you tell me.
Do you have used tables to lay out forms or?
Yes, you can use HTML tables as a layout, and just trying to make it as the image that I show you, the best possible at least, and then just present all the information above with a label. So
okay,
it's just a practice.
Or we can use Bootstrap classes to get that layout also.
Yes, Bootstrap classes even better.
Without table.
Even better. Yes, I will say
Okay.
even better. Even better.
Okay.
If you want to practice, because the these first two classes is going to be mostly with ASP.NET Web Forms, but the things are getting more interesting in the next classes with ASP.NET MVC. And ASP.NET MVC, we will cover many subjects. So it's like you didn't touch entity framework or other technologies that are inside ASP.NET MVC that we use in ASP.NET MVC. Also, we are going to cover technologies like SignalR and things that get pretty much interesting in your applications that are more dynamic in that way. This one is like a monolithic and not as dynamic as we used to have, but maybe it's like a start. But yes, we're going to do that for tomorrow also, doing some practice and covering more concepts in ASP.NET Web Forms. And I will tell you that the project is going to be basically in ASP.NET MVC. Sometimes people ask me, okay, but ASP.NET Web Forms is easier sometimes to code, but for the people that maybe I will consider also in ASP.NET Web Forms, but it won't get the marks that you can get with the ASP.NET MVC, because ASP.NET MVC is dynamic, but you need to work more to get things done. So you need to create more things in order to have the same results. So, but it's more dynamic, more customizable, it's more you can do unit tests and everything, but in ASP.NET Web Forms it's difficult to do unit tests because everything is in one box. Let's say you have the design in the ASPX, but the design is also mixed with the business logic because you call it in the code behind. Instead, in ASP.NET MVC, mostly you have all the business logic in the in your code, in your CS files, and you can even test it more easily without having the um, the constraint of having controls in your ASP.NET MVC. You just need to share some data or some models or classes, and is in that way is more cleaner than ASP.NET Web Forms. But you also have the option to create the project in ASP.NET Web Forms, but a little less marks because it's a little bit more difficult ASP.NET MVC than Web Forms, but you have the options at least for the people that don't have much experience in programming, so they can prototype better or trying to do the thing more quickly. Yes.
I have a question. In the document mentioned the project 1 to 3 people. So it's 1 or 2 or 3 or what?
Yes, that was copied from the other trainer. I will prefer to do it like individually.
Okay.
Yes, because individually, even if maybe people can struggle with the code and everything, at least you are able to do it yourself. So you can get more than just sharing with other people. Even if this individual, along the way, I will help you to get the things done, and we are going to share even some concepts or some problems, because along the way there are many problems that you can encounter in the project. How can I do this? And this is a best way to do this. How is the best way to do that? So I will help you, and you just need to choose it. And if you are struggling even more, I will show you a little example to do that. So you can just try to plug it into your application if you are not able to do it yourself.
Okay, I understand, but in this case, when we have time frame for the course, when
Yes.
one person working, so the outcome from this project will be maybe small things. You see, I'm speaking here not about that you can do
Yes.
it or not. I'm
Yeah.
speaking about the outcome. It's because one person working there, not two or three.
Yes, I know. I know that you can't do yes, you can do more if there are two or three people.
Yeah, you can do maybe sometimes like good application or something, because within, let's say, if we will work kind of 2 weeks on the project, I don't know when the project will post, I think, but if we will have kind of 2 weeks, when two or three people working on this, maybe can bring something nice, but one person and alongside with the course and learning things, and one
Yes.
person, maybe the outcome will be like something basic.
Okay, I understand. Maybe I can consider, let's say, two people. I don't know if we are in pairs. We are even or odd number of students. I didn't count you. I think you are odd. Um, but yes, but also the marks won't be the same if you are two and or if you are one. So
I'm not here that maybe it's good to be two. One, I'm okay, and I think that most of the guys okay. But the things, but
yes,
I'm mentioning this part. In this case,
yes,
maybe I'm speaking about myself now. If I will do something, so I have to go to something, let's say, small and simple, because
yes,
I'm one person there. I will not open the things that, okay, I will do now an application, web application doing this, e-commerce. I don't know what, something big, and open the window for many things and many features. So in this case, I will go to something very simple.
yes, I understand.
To reduce the number.
But we can always continue working on this project later after the class, and I think it's nice to have something personal as well, because so far in our portfolio we have just group projects as well. So I think it's a good point as well.
Yes, it's your choice. I hear you right now, and maybe I can consider for some groups of two. It's up to you. But also I will consider more, let's say, the individual groups or just individual works. I think it's up to you. Um and just thinking, okay, you tell me, okay, your concern, and yes, it depends, but I'm open for two or one. Yes, it's nothing to worry about, and also we have like 2 or 3 days at the end of the course to finish up your project. So it will be mostly, okay, maybe you have some questions how to do one thing, or maybe you want me to show you how to do this thing or that. So I will help you in those 2 or 3 days.
And when we will start?
Oh, sorry.
When it will be posted, I mentioned earlier that it's going to be posted in, I think it was the 9 session or 8 session. I don't remember well if it was 9 or 8. Just okay. Here in the course outline, I mentioned that it's going to be posted. Um, okay, the assignment 1, the final project post in the 8th. Why why is gonna be in the A session? Because to mostly work in the project, you need to know pretty much everything that I'm going to teach you. So in the sessions for starting on the 4, 5, and 6, you will get pretty much everything to do your first assignment. And then the 7 and 8 is like a bonus for you. And then from the A session, you will be able to start your project and present it in the 15 session. So it's like 1 week. But you also have the time inside the class to finish up your work in the session 13 and 14. And if you have questions, I'm going to assist you along the way in the session 13 and 14.
Excuse me. May I know if there are any sample projects that we can take a look to know what kind of deliverables we need to provide for the project and what kind of sample is accepted for the project. I just want to have a maybe previous project provided, just take a look what kind of project we should deliver.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, maybe I can show you something that is also in after the first assignment, I will provide you like an example and okay. The last session that I taught, I just asked. This is one that I did. It's like the solution for the project that I asked to the students. So takes a while. I don't know what is taking so long. Okay, it was like an admissions. Here you have like a admin part, which is if I log in as an admin, log in. Takes time. Okay. You have like applications for submitting to postgraduate education, something like that. You, as an admin, you're going to revise those applications. You will get this is an admin. Okay, I didn't finish this, but I will present you as an example. It's like you have two kind of users. One user is the admin that it will revise the applications of the students, and the other one is like a regular user that is going to fill up information about his background. and at the end is going to be like an approval, and that's it. Yes, is that the is the project that I log in? Okay,
We will use MySQL or SQL Server.
SQL Server. So here, let's say you have, okay, application ID, first name, last name. You have the department, maybe different departments with a drop-down list. You can save it. And you have education and details, add education and details with a pop-up and save changes, do some validations, and also upload documents. I didn't put this one, but I will add it here, and it's going to be like an upload. I also have the test an application that do uploads, so it's going to be that way. So here you fill out the information about your education and about enclosed documents like, okay, my CV, I don't know, my marks in the university and all that. And then when you go as an admin, you're going to maybe accept it or not the application. So it's going to be, okay, here I select this one, I change the status. It's going to be a status in here to approve or not approve, something like that.
I see. Thank you.
Yes.
So kind of this size of project is expected from one person, right?
Yes, it's expected for one person because when you do the, how can I say, the ASP.NET MVC, it comes with the scaffolding, which are templates that you already just have, you just attach to your model, and it's going to create all the code by yourself, by itself. So you just need to put some touches in the code in order to make it work. So it's not that difficult in that case.
Okay.
Yes, but yes, it's a lot of code generation, but you need to be able to understand what the code does and how you can adjust it.
Okay, and if there is two persons, so the expecting something more than this, let's say, what you present.
Yes, you can add something additional for the people that wanted a better marks or something additional. In the session number 8, we're going to put SignALR. SignALR is a technology in ASP.NET that allows you to do notifications to many clients. Let's say um, um, the let's say the somebody just add his application, let's say add a new application to the new application to a college or university, and in the real time the approver will see the application. So you will see in the list of application, you will see that somebody just added the application without even doing anything. It's like SignALR allows you um, to notify a change to many clients. It's like um, from the server side, you can push information to the client side without asking it. That will be a plus in the application. just to make it work that way. But also I will provide an example when we are going to cover SignalR, an example that does that. So you can add it into your application.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So yes, mostly it's going to be that. Yes. So I think, as you mentioned earlier, do you have some questions, additional questions about the evaluations?
No, it's fine, thank you.
Okay. So I think we got.
Excuse me. One more question.
Yes.
For the project, do we need to running on the domain server or just localize is fine?
Do you mean what do you mean by domain server? What is it?
The I just saw the project you show us is running on the local, right? So
Yes.
for the project, when we're doing the presentation, we just use the local server and local database. We don't need to upload it to a server side, right?
No, you're going to present the application, but you need to upload just the code, and I will take a look on what you have done so far in your application. So I will consider everything that you're trying to do in the application, and if you have maybe more ideas, it will be benefit from you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So I didn't hear you. Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow, and um, yes, I will try to give you in advance all the projects and all the material in advance. Maybe for the next session, the session 2, instead of having it right now, I will give you the material in advance just to review for you. So, okay. So, see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.